Okay, seems to be stable now. No dropped frames, which is good. Okay, I think we're good now. uh, sorry about that, everybody. I am so sorry about that. I don't know what happened. That was some insanity. But yeah, now it should be okay now. Let me know. But now I shouldn't have dropped frames. At least I'm not getting any dropped frames here in OBS. So I'm assuming that everything's going to show up correctly, hopefully. Oh my gosh, I have to run ads again. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Just run the ads. Please and thank you. Okay, let me open up the stream, see if it's... Okay, should be okay, I think. At least the stream's not buffering on my end anymore. So hopefully that fixed it. Emily! Am I back? What is going on today? Whatever it is, stop it. It's not funny. Hi, Emily. Welcome, welcome. What's up? What's up? I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I'm so sorry you had to catch that. I don't know what's going on today. I'm having all of the troubles. I'm going to authorize the solid photos. I mean, yeah. It's because I opened the stream. How dare you? Hi, Avoid Blid. Welcome, welcome. I am so sorry. I'm assuming the ads are still going. I don't know. I don't know what the heck is going on today. It's just technical issue after technical issue. I don't know what the heck is going on. It's just insanity. It's total insanity. At least the speed should be still okay, right? Is the speed still okay? No, the speed is bad again. Seems fine now. Is it really? Because my internet speed test is kind of giving off values that I had previously. And yeah, I'm starting to get dropped frames now. Okay, yeah. That's not going to be enough. I'm going to have to try this again. Oh, okay, it's stabilized again? No, now it's stabilized again. Oh my gosh, what the heck is going on today? Okay, it seems like it's stable again. I don't know what the heck is going on today. The internet provider just decided to just completely kill everything. It was a kill switch or something. I don't know. What the heck happened? All right, cool. That's cool. At least dropped frames are not happening anymore. They happened a little bit. For a little bit, it happened again. But now it's not happening anymore. I'm hoping that that's a sign that I can go. I've had everything. Today, everything happened. OBS crashed. The internet speed was just completely upended. Thanks, I hate it. Anyway, okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna let it simmer for a little bit before I actually make the announcements. Yeah. I'm gonna let it simmer for a bit before I actually make the announcements that I'm live, because I'm kind of scared that this is gonna happen again. It seems like it's stable, but okay. Anyway, let me catch up with chat then. How's your day going? Well, it was going okay until I actually wanted to start streaming. Then it all went up in flames because I don't know. Internet was going badly. OBS decided to crash midway through, so you know we're good. I guess we're okay. We're doing good. hopefully it doesn't stay that way throughout the rest of it, because that'd be bad. But welcome in, welcome in, Emily. Welcome. Disgusting. Seems fine now. I mean, it seems like it's stabilized, but I'm kind of scared. We'll see. Hopefully it'll be good. I don't know. Yeah. Kind of weird, but all right. Cool. I like when I open a stream, but the streamer says, "Okay, it's time to raid." I mean, sometimes that happens. Yeah. How are you doing? Doing good. Yeah. Just, all the trouble and stuff. But yeah, other than that, doing okay. Still buffering, but less times. Has it buffered in the last 2-3 minutes? Because it did. There was a time where it had a bit of an issue. There were a few dropped frames. But so far, it seems stable. So far, it seems okay. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Need more horses? True. Hiya, Geek. Welcome. Okay, hopefully it'll stay this way. Hopefully it'll stay stable for the rest of it. I'm kind of scared. I'm constantly looking at OBS, waiting for the moment where the dropped frames are going to start getting up again. Okay, but it hasn't changed for a few minutes, so hopefully it stabilized a little bit. Okay, I don't know what the heck that was about, but all right, cool. I guess gotta have an interesting start at the stream at this point. I don't know. Well, we'll see about that. You're being punished for trying to break my streak for coming in early. Maybe. Hi, Reef. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Boa tarde, mestre Dona Almeida. Boa tarde. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Hi, Flora. Welcome as well. Welcome in, everybody. I am so sorry about the beginning of the stream. That was insane. Hopefully things will improve from now on. Yeah, because we're good. We're good, I hope. I don't even know. Don't even ask. I don't know. I hope today we count 3 more streams. Oh yeah, every time I start stream, I think it only counts the day though, because I've seen people maintaining streaks. For example, on streamers that stream more than once a day, you only have to watch one stream for the streak to keep going, I guess. Digital artists doing commissions, profile pics, logos, VTuber models, emotes, and more. Adventures in my work. Maybe some other time. Thank you so much. It did not. It only buffered when you noticed dropped frames. It's been going fine ever since. Okay, hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully it stays that way. The first stream was the April Fool's joke, dropping people's streaks. True. Oh my gosh. I hate it so much. I hate it. Because it feels deliberate. And I hate when that happens. But yeah, the frames are good. Okay. I get the feeling that I'm gonna invoke karma on myself by posting, "Hey, hi everybody, I'm back online," and suddenly the dropped frames are gonna start increasing again. But okay, it seems like it's stable enough, so I'm gonna post that I'm online. Dreading it, but okay. Post, and post. There we go. That should be it. Ooh. Wait. No. What is it using Comic Sans and setting random emotes? Wait, seriously? Is it doing that? I haven't had that experience yet, but you never know. Kinda all over the place today. Man, oh man. What a great start, huh? This is going in the history books as the most chaotic start to a stream so far. Check the Discord. Are they seriously doing that? Yikes. That's the thing right there. You gotta love it. I haven't had that experience, but maybe it's because I don't have the stream open. I have the what's the word? I have my dashboard and I check chat through the dashboard and not through the actual stream. Maybe that's why. But I'm not getting any of this stuff. What is this? What is this abomination? Disgusting. Anyway. I also sent you a DM when the stream started acting up. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. There it is. Okay. Sorry. It's, as I mentioned, all over the place. Oh, yeah. What? I did notice that Seribot had the names all over the place. I did notice that. That is crazy. That's insane. Yeah, because over on my dashboard, everything looks fine. Let me see if I open up the stream here on this side. Okay. We'll see. I'll keep it open on this end and see if anything suspicious happens. We're gonna find out. So you're telling me that emote, that troll face emote, was added in, right? That was it. Or was it the whole message? That's messed up. Okay, dropped frames are still good. Let me test it again. Oh, so it just added the emote. Okay. Kind of weird, kind of suspicious, but all right. All right. Cool. That's fantastic. You'll love to see it. Thanks. I hate it. Didn't happen now. Yeah, I'm assuming that it just happens cheekily once or twice. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not getting the Comic Sans thing. At least over on my end. Don't know what that's all about. Didn't happen now. Yeah. I'm assuming it's either it only happens a few times per hour or something, or it just happens once to throw you off. I'm assuming either of the two. I'm since Comic Sans as well. Okay. Yeah, because over here everything looks fine. You know, I'm looking at chat. And everything looks exactly as it's supposed to be. No Comic Sans in sight. Oh well. Anyway, hi everybody. Hi. I hope you're having a good day today. This is just been the craziest start to a stream I've had in memory. But okay, we're gonna plow through and we're gonna be okay. No Comic Santa here. It happens on all streams that I enter, and I've seen it mentioned on Reddit as well. That's so weird. But all right, I guess. I guess that works. Yeah, that is insanity. Okay. As for plans for today, first of all, I'm so sorry about the beginning of the stream, everybody. Crazy, very crazy. But hopefully things have stabilized now. I don't think there's anything wrong at the moment. At least I'm looking at it and it seems fine. So I'm hoping that stays. I'm hoping that keeps. As for today, I've had a few things implemented yesterday. We have floors in our homes now, which is pretty cool. But there is a bit of a problem with layering. So let's say stuff that you draw on people, right? Sometimes the layering is a bit off, specifically because of the way things are done. So I have an idea for a way to fix this. I'll try to see if this works. It's going to be a thing, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that bit. So I have an idea to at least fix this temporarily, because I do want to improve the rendering performance, and that means having a different rendering method for it. But hopefully that just, at least this temporary solution should help a bit with having everything draw a bit more correctly. Because right now, if I build, for example, flooring here, some of it might look good, some of it might look bad. Yeah. See, some of it looks okay, but some of it looks like it's further back from than it should be. Or rather, the characters are getting dropped or rendered before the flooring. So the floor stays on top of them, which is kind of not what it's supposed to do. So I have an idea. I'm going to try to implement that. It's going to be a somewhat similar thing as to what I'm going to do whenever I add the batch rendering, mesh instancing. I think it's called mesh instancing. So yeah, I'm going to try that, and then we'll see how that goes. Because right now, it looks okay in certain parts, but let me start over again and I'll explain a little bit of what's happening. Everything that is created after the characters gets rendered on top, no matter what happens. So if I, for example, draw a few floors up in this place, like this, since nothing has been created as of yet, since nothing has been destroyed, they'll all get... See, the floor is on top of the characters when it shouldn't be. I have a fairly simple solution. Well, simple, I'm saying it's simple, but it might just be a lot to deal with. But I have a fairly simple solution to try and see if I can fix this. And I'm going to test it out today. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I guess they only change it for fools. I'm guessing, yeah. I hope you lost your streak. 73 and counting. Wait. Oh, hi, Ariadon. Welcome in. Wait. Is that cobblestone walkways? Yeah, it's kind of haphazard. I just made it in less than a minute yesterday. But yeah, it's supposed to be a bit of a road. I made it so cobblestone is a bit faster to walk on, so characters prefer to use it. And that part is already functioning. The thing that isn't functioning at the moment is the The render order is kind of out there. It's not supposed to look like this. The floor is getting drawn on top of the characters. So that's bad. But the walkways themselves work pretty well. For example, let me just clear the space here so it's faster. I can do a road, and they will follow the roads to get to places. So if I, for example, let's say they want to get resources and then move over to the house. If I do something like this, I'm going to make it deliberately... I'm going to make it a deliberately bad pathing, just so that they follow it instead. Yeah, gotta wait for the roads to get built though. So they'll. Okay, now that they've finished the roads, you'll see that, for example, for people who are here in the middle, if they want to do something, they'll try to follow the roads, even when it's not a direct path. They will usually try to follow the roads to certain places. So if I tell them to build something inside of the house, they will have to get the resources from here and we'll have to transport them to the house. So instead of just beelining, doing a diagonal over from here to the house, they'll actually follow the road and go over, because it's, in their mind, I made it so that roads are faster. So they'll prefer to do roads instead. So if I build a bed here, you'll see that they will follow the roads, and after they pick up resources, instead of just doing a diagonal over there, they'll actually follow the little road and use that to get to where they need to go. It's kind of funny because then when they move to certain places, they'll actually get out of their way to follow the road a little bit. It's kind of funny that way. But yeah, as you can see, the pathing, or rather the rendering, is not there yet. It's definitely, oh, it's nighttime. Give me a second. The floor rendering is really, really iffy, because you can see sometimes it works correctly, but as you can see, as they move, the floor kind of overlays on top of them. There's a few moments where the floor is kind of rendered on top of the characters, which is not supposed to happen. That's not good. So I'm going to try to fix that today. I have a fairly simple algorithm that I want to try, see if I can do, and I'll go over it in a bit. Yeah. Other than being nice to see, will the roads give any advantage? Basically, well, as it happens right now, it's not going to give too much of an advantage, but the thing is, I want every action to have a sort of cost in hours to perform, right? And it's going to get especially bad if you're going too far, from where you started. If you have to go really far, it can take quite a bit of the time of your day to actually get anything done. I am hoping that by adding roads, that the calculations will make it easier for characters to move around, and thus that's going to cut into time that they, take doing those things. So it will have a gameplay impact, yes, because villagers will move faster in them. It's probably not going to be too impactful for stuff that is nearby, right? For something that you just, I don't know, you're this character right here, right? And you have to go down here. It's probably not going to have as much impact in shorter distances, but when it comes to greater distances, say she has to go up here in the corner or something like that, in those sorts of instances, having paths to lead you there will have some noticeable impact. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully, eventually I'll test it out. But so far, it's not that big of a difference, because I am not even doing precise calculations in terms of how long it takes to get somewhere. When someone, for example, goes up here to cut a tree, I'm not actually counting the time it takes for you to get there, which I should. I should be doing that, but that's not something I've done yet. But that is something I want to tackle in the future, for sure. I hate it when I'm walking and I sink into the floor randomly. True. That's pretty bad. But yeah, I want to fix that. As you can see, yeah, there's a bit of a rendering issue here. So here's my take. I'm gonna bust out the I'm gonna bust out the Milton thing. So here's what's gonna happen. This is going to be a sort of a added thing. This is going to be kind of what I want to do in the future, but in a different way. Here's the thing. I want every entity to have kind of what I call layers. So imagine, for example, the wall bits, right? These stone walls. This is seen from, a 45-degree angle. But let's say this is the front part right here, right? Gosh, I hate drawing with the mouse. It's so bad. So this is the front. This would be the top right here. The idea would be that each of these faces would be a texture, and they would all get drawn in a certain order. So say, for example, you've got the bottom right here, right? Then you've got the front being drawn on top of it, and the back. So this is going to be the back. Well, back and bottom have the same B, but this is the back, bottom, front. So this is the front right here. This here is the front. This is the back. Then we've got the top right here. The only two you will see are going to be, well, if all of these get rendered, the only ones that you will see is the front and the top, right? But if you don't have a front and top, you should be able to see the back and the bottom right here, right? So that would be this thing right here. This would be the bottom and this would be the back right here, right? So what I'm thinking is I am going to split all of these into different textures. Say, for example, you want grass, or rather these grass tufts. For the moment, villagers do not layer very well onto these because it's basically just one entity. And once they move past the pivot point after a certain bit, you are walking on top of it. And suddenly, after you cross this line, you're at the back. What I want to do is, instead of doing it like this, you have two textures. You have one for the back of it, and you have one for the front of it. I'm going to offset them a little bit just so I can illustrate this correctly. So the villager can move in between these two and still be drawn correctly because you're still drawing the front and the back. And the villager gets drawn somewhere here in the middle, right? And it gets drawn correctly because, I'm drawing from back to front. I draw the back first, then the villager, then the front bit. And that way I can manage to keep everything looking correct. Now, here's the bit. I don't have this system right now. And this is something that is fairly, let's say, it's fairly complex to do something like this. Because this means that I'm going to have to do a bunch of texturing work. And I'm going to have to split everything in pieces. But I'm going to do an easier approach that also makes this possible. So for now, what I want to do is each of these textures, the back, the bottom, the front, the top, right now I'm not going to have this distinction. I don't want to do that just yet. But what I want to do is something that is solid, say a stone wall, right? One of these. You have the front and the top. At the moment, I don't have to draw them separately. Eventually, I will draw them separately. Yes. But what I want to do is something along the lines of defining this, right? Defining even a floor tile. Say a floor tile is just the bottom, right? It's just the bottom piece that gets rendered. What I want to do is this will determine the values of all of these things will have an offset based on where they are. Say, for example, we're at cell 0, 0. So this is 0, 0, right? what I want to do is each of these sections will have an order to draw depending on their position in the world, but also which part of the texture they're in. So for example, let's say bottom gets drawn first because that one's at the bottom, right? So bottom is the first one. After that, or even before that, I don't know exactly how this is going to work in terms of ordering, but the bottom and the back are going to be the first ones that get drawn because those are the farthest apart, right? Those are the ones that everything is going to layer on top of. After this is done, the bottom and the back, then I draw the character on top of it. So this is phase 1. Phase 2 is after this is rendered, the character gets added because the character is on top and in front of both of these, right? Always. So character gets drawn after it, assuming this is the correct bit, right? Third phase is if there is a block that kind of covers that, so the front and the top, that gets drawn afterwards. So we've got these bits. I'm going to do squiggly lines. Just because I don't want to. And then you draw on top of these. These are all the same size, right? Remember that. These are all the same size. But then I draw the front or the top and the front. And these will disappear. Assuming that you draw all of these, right? You're never going to do all of this. So for example, if the block is full, the character is not supposed to be drawn inside of that because the characters shouldn't even be there, right? So the idea is to kind of give it some order to draw, not only based on position, because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm basically just drawing stuff based on position. That's why something like the floor, depending on the order that they're being in the thing, right? So right now there's two things that are happening. You have a character, and say that character is the 330. So this is the entity 330. If you have a floor that happens to be 320, it will draw on top of the character. But if you have a floor that is this 340, that gets drawn. Oh, no, the opposite. So 320, it will happen to draw behind the character, and 340 gets drawn in front of the character, right? And you don't want this to happen. You want to have some consistency. So what I'm going to do is, depending on the position, but also depending on what they are, I am going to add an offset to this. So say, for example, that these are both at the same place. Let's say 0, 0 again. Character is going to be phase 2. So we're going to add a small number to it. The floor will be adding us like a +1, for example. But for characters, we're going to add a +2 so that the character always gets drawn on top of the floor. This is kind of going to be what's going to happen going forward. Eventually, the way I'm going to render all of this is basically just all of the quads are going to get drawn in order from back to front. This is going to happen with mesh instancing. That's what happens. They draw from back to front, and it all gets drawn immediately, right? So it's kind of the same principle, just with, well, sprite renders instead, right? So that's going to be my first take on it. We'll see if it works. If it does, then I'll extrapolate to it later. Hi, I'm in Clark. Welcome. Dropping a note so you get points for chatters. Love your energy. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in. But yeah, the idea is, depending on the type of block, it gets drawn. It gets a little offset that allows it to be drawn at the correct position. Now, Characters are a bit harder to tackle here because characters can move in betweens. The characters don't jump from one cell to another. And usually you will see that's happening with the floor, right? At a certain point, if characters go beyond the middle point of a cell here, the rendering starts getting a little iffy. What I hope to do, and this, we'll see how this works, but my idea would be to offset by the value of what's further at the back. So imagine this is the bottom of something, and this is the back, right? But the back also coincides with it also coincides with the bottom of whatever's, to the back of it, because this is all in a square grid. So this is another bottom right here at the back. If you don't have a back, it's just two bottoms that are going to get drawn, right? So that part should be easy. But because they can move in between, I can't just do a simple +1 or +2. I mean, I could, but then I'd have to check where the characters are at. So maybe we'll see. But the biggest problem is going to be maintaining the characters layered correctly, even amongst themselves. That's going to be the problem. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, the beginning is just going to be, okay, I want to layer all of these based on the types that they are. And some of them should get drawn to the back and some of them should be drawn at the front. That's the starting bit. Then we'll go from there. Right, so let's get started with this. I hope that made any sense whatsoever. It probably didn't, but hopefully it made at least a little bit of sense. I'm hoping that by doing things, I'll be able to explain exactly what's going on, but we'll see. So let's go to our controller, because that's the one drawing things. So here, when we're drawing something, or when we're setting the sprite that it's going to use, I want to be able... Yeah, visuals update. Here we go. These are the neighbors, right? But this only happens if you're a building frame. Exactly. Okay. So if you are a building frame, you set the texture, but I also need to set an offset for this. Depending on the type of, this is going to depend on the type, to be fair. But we're gonna go with this. So let's say, do I have the component actually? Do I actually get the component? I do not. I should though. I definitely should. Okay. So we're gonna use this. Let's rename this. Okay, because I want to use this one here. So sprite, offset, will depend on the type of thing that we are specifically. Well, I could just do a switch. Not even that, actually. No, that actually, that's not what I want specifically. Do I have the simulation context perfectly? Perfect. Data registry, frame data from the type that we are, and we're going to get the category. So we need to switch this actually. We're going to switch this. So if it's a full block or even furniture, we're going to do both, I think, because they're both function the same. So, okay, let's do floor, because floor is the one that's going to, Hello, game designer. Hi, Imperial. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Doing good, doing good. Hopefully you're doing good too. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, just getting stuff done, as I usually am. So offset is going to be, let's say -16. Oh, also, I need to be very careful with turning off Y sort for that. No, this needs to be 8. 8. There. For characters, because I'm assuming if it's not a building frame that it's, some sort of character thing. Characters are always going to be in the middle. So offset should always be 0. Well, not exactly. Characters have the Y offset depending on their Y. That one should keep, because that way they can layer correctly. Let me just check something. Get me this. Yes. Are you... Z is relative. Oh, but Y sort is not enabled by default. Shouldn't it be? Huh, Y sort is not enabled. Is that happening in the remote as well? What are you? 471. Are you not being rendered? I thought for sure that was happening, but turns out no. Yeah, I actually don't have Y sort enabled. Wait, if that's the case, how are you? Did I turn it on somewhere else? Am I crazy? Oh, I have it here. Exactly. Okay, so I have it here. Y sort is enabled for this one. With Y sorting enabled on a parent node A but disabled on child node B, the child node B is sorted, but its children render together on the same Y position. This allows you to organize the render order of a scene without changing the scene tree. Makes sense. Okay. But I do... Hold on. Maybe I don't want this to happen, actually. Because I am going to change the Z values as they move. Maybe I should just do the Z indexing by myself. Because I want this to be It's not even the offset, it's the Z indexing. The order in which a node is drawn, a node with a higher Z index will display in front of others. Must be between canvas item Z min and canvas item Z max. What are those? How much is that? Let me check. Oh, okay, here we go. Get me Z index. I want to see what the maximum values are. Ah, here we go. Z index. Between min and max, what are those? Minus 4,096 and 4,096. Okay, here they are. Okay, that's fine. I'm assuming that gives me sort of leeway on it, but I wonder if that's going to be enough. 4,096. That's enough for 256 tiles. Which, sure, it is. That's fair. All right, I'll keep working with this. Hopefully that'll... Okay, so Z index. I wonder... what the Y sorting enabled does to those values, though. Is it 1-to-1? That be... I mean, given that there's a Z min and a Z max, I'm assuming no. I'm assuming there's some sort of way for it to convert to lower values. Because otherwise it would be... the values would go crazy a little bit. But okay. Let's see if I can... Okay, yeah. So instead of this, it's not the offset I want, it's the Z index. I need to get the Z index for... the actual position. Okay, so let me check something. Do you actually change the values of whatever you're doing? Let me see. Z index is 0. Ah, so it doesn't change the actual Z index. Nodes sort relative to each other only if they're on the same Z index. Right, yeah. Makes sense. So this Y sorting... Maybe this is not as easy to do with this system as I thought. Because yeah, Z index is not going to give me the amount of control that I want out of this. Let's see if there's some way to fix that. This is the drawing offset. That's not what I want. Z index does not affect the order in which canvas item nodes are processed or the way input events are handled. right? Because this is just for drawing. Right, makes sense. Z is relative, that's fine. Because yeah, the fact that the Z indexing, the best way to do this would be to sort these nodes instead, but that might go too crazy. I could sort them. But that'd be insane. Every time. Or I wouldn't even have to sort them. No, yeah, yes, I would. Yeah. Because it's not just, that's the problem. It's not just a matter of keeping them sorted. Keeping them sorted is the easy bit. Keeping them sorted in the scene tree is the big problem. Because scene tree operations are very expensive. If I just kept it in code, that'd be fine, right? That'd be okay. Okay, I'm going to try something else then. Let's use the index for now. But I'm going to try to keep, instead of adding the full value to it, like I was thinking of doing, I'm only going to add up. So there's the middle section where the character sits. That's going to be our plus, well, our 0, right? If it's supposed to be a front-facing thing, +1. If it's supposed to be a back-facing plane, -1. So seen from the side, it would look something like this. We've got our character here. Front panel. So this would be our +1 because it gets drawn in the front. And the back panel, -1 because it has to be drawn, assuming that we're, watching from here. Right? That's kind of what I'm hitting at. I only have 8,000 or so positions. And yeah, this imaginary line here is our 0. Our character is our 0, basically. I can no longer make this. Yeah, that's not going to work at all. So Z index is going to be 0. Also, I need to turn this off from the location bit. So over here, I don't have that, do I? Oh, I do. It's right here. Is it this one? Yes, it is. So yeah, I have Y sort enabled and Z is relative. I'm going to turn off the Y sort enabled because I'm going to do that through Z indexing. So I'm going to turn that off for now. Turn that off. Z as relative is fine. I can deal with that one, sure. Right. I need to give it a Z index based on where they are. I'm not fully convinced that people wait for your breaks to raid, because if the break happened 20 minutes ago, we would have gotten raided already. I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes. So our Z index, Wait, the Z index shouldn't be of the sprite itself. The sprite is irrelevant. I need to put the Z index on the actual node instead. I need to change the node itself, not the sprite node. Okay. So this Z index will depend on the regional position. So let's say it's the position region Y. And then, well, not exactly just the Y, because we've got to leave these bits intact. We got to leave these pieces intact. So this would be okay, let's do a little graph here. So at 0, this is where our character sits. So that's 0. 1 is our -1. 2. Well, the -1 for this one and the +1 from whatever comes next, for whatever the next one is. 2 is going to be the 0 of the next one. And 3 is going to be the -1 of this cell, but also the +1 to this cell. Okay, and the 4th one is the 0 for this one. Okay, so it's every 2 positions. So if we're talking about position 2 in Y, the Z index is that times 2. Times 2. And then we add either a -1 or a +1, depending on if it's front or back. Otherwise, if we're just sitting in the middle, we don't do anything to it. We don't even have to change it. Now, is this going to be enough? I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm very scared. Okay. It all looks terrible. Why? Okay, let's find something that isn't layering correctly. Okay, so this grass right here. Which one are you? 248? Let's see. 248. You. You are at Z index. Wait, 0. I am changing the Z index. Wait, is this thing still... Are you... Oh, okay. Z is relative. Yeah, but the Y sorting is disabled. That's not supposed to happen. Wait a minute. I am at -252. So my Z index would be somewhere in the 400s. Well, no, 500s. Yeah. Looks serious. Hiya, Profits. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm doing some rendering math today. That's what's happening. Okay, so here's 2 that are not layering correctly. This one, 246. Yeah, they're all 0. They shouldn't be 0. Why are the Z values not being updated? That's weird. Oh, Reef, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, ads are going to start in about 40-ish seconds. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back. Thank you so much, Reef. Cheers. Lurk back to the back meetings. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Enjoy your meetings as much as that is possible. Am I not setting the Z index for all of these? Oh, no, wait a minute. This shouldn't be here. What am I doing? This should be here instead. Where am I getting the position of this thing? I'm not. Okay. This needs to be here. I was putting this in the wrong place. Never mind. That's right. How's Brazil Bro new job? Hopefully it's treating him well. Yeah. Hopefully it's treating him very well. Okay. I need to get a component for this first, so. Entity. Component. Position. Okay. Just get that. Position region. There we go. Hopefully. Because, yeah, I'm assuming that the building layers correctly. I can't even see the building. Yeah, because the building is probably being rendered correctly, so it all went to the back. That's not cool. That is not cool at all. I get the feeling that this is going to be bad because of the whole tile map layer. That's going to be a little bit bad, but okay. Ads have just started. I'll take a quick break like I mentioned. And yeah, I will see you guys in a little bit. So catch you in a few minutes. Pew! Hello, everybody. I'm back. All right, let's keep going, shall we? I was fixing the Z index thingy, but it's not looking very good, so I need to fix that. Good job. Chat real quick. Oh, hi, friendly. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, let's see if I can get this thing to work. Hopefully that will do. I have to do a bit of a correction. I don't think that's gonna work outside of the thing, but we're going to workshop that in the future. Let's see if this fixes the bit. And then we'll get there. Thanks. No problem, no problem. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, let's see. Oh, let me just check. Okay, no more dropped frames. Good. Don't want that to happen. Okay, let's see. Hopefully, no, it's still okay. That looks so. Oh, that's right, because I'm not counting for height, am I? I think that's partially the problem. Okay, let me check something. Get me something. Here we go. Okay, here's a good example. So you, who are you? 254. 254, you say. So your Z index is 466. Makes sense. Okay. What about the tree that is right behind you? Oh, no, wait. I'm doing this in the opposite way. I'm doing the opposite. Let me think. I think that'll fix it. I think that'll fix it, hopefully. Because then the furthest at the back get drawn first, and the other ones get drawn later. That's good. Okay, this looks good. And you might say, what? You're crazy. But here's what's happening. The floor, I'm not touching the floor because the floor is a whole tile set thing. What I need to do for this to work is the floor needs to be at the very bottom of it all. So let's pick up our floor here. I'm assuming that is you. Yeah. Let's make your Z index. First of all, take out the wide sword. Make your Z index the max negative value. And now everything should be working. Okay, we're getting somewhere. we're getting somewhere. The characters are not being drawn correctly though, so I have to figure out what's going on with that specifically. I am assuming that the values are not being changed. I think that's it. The values are not being changed as they're walking, so I need to be careful with that. I'll get to that. Hiya, Zangief! Welcome. Hello, Sorcery. How are your tile little choppers colonists today? They're doing good. I mean, they could be doing better. As you can see, they're drawing in the incorrect order. But yeah, we're hopefully going to fix that a little bit. Your bitrate seems better now. Did you figure out what the problem was, or did it resolve on its own? I restarted my modem. I wanted to talk to the internet provider, but I thought, okay, let me just try restarting the modem first. And apparently that fixed it. Took a little bit, but apparently that fixed it. Yeah. Times -2 then. Yeah, that I think that's times -2. Yeah. that kind of fixed it. Now I just need to fix the villagers because I think what's happening is the Z index of the villagers is not changing as they're moving. So it gets set once they spawn in, and after that, the value never changes. So let's see, 333. I think, at least I'm assuming that's what's happening. Here it is, okay. Yeah, the Z index of villagers never changes, ever. I need the Z index to change based on where they are at the moment. Yeah, and it's never changing. The villager is moving, right? And their Z index is not moving in accordance to that. Let's wait for him to move. Let's wait for her to move. Okay, she moved. And as you can see, the Z index is still the same. So I need to fix that. For entities that can move, I need to take that into account and update their Z index as they move along. So we need to check on that. Yeah, basically that's what we're going to have to do. I like how some colonists are standing on others' faces. Yeah, that's the thing I need to fix. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, see, now it kind of looks okay in certain places, but then not in others. Yeah, the whole, I need to change their positioning when they move. That's basically what I need to do. Okay, let's fix that real quick. So I mean, technically, I shouldn't be doing the regional position, to be fair. Because if they can move, they can go through the whole spectrum. They can go through all the pixels from one to the other. So that's not exactly the answer, is it? That's not exactly the answer I'm looking for. I do have the position. Where is it? I have the position current, which is the one I need to use, first of all. This is the position I need to use, not the position region. It needs to be the position current. Are you being used anywhere? You're not. Okay, so okay, get that out. Position current is, I should call this something different instead of position current. I should call this position, the render position or something like that. But yeah. And that alone is not going to fix it because I am not updating the Z index when they move. So I need to be careful with that. Did I? Did I make a mistake? What do you mean? Give me a minute. Because the render position is the same, technically. It's just... I'm assuming that's what's happening here. But the Z indexing of these things is not 267. 267. Wait, 0 again. Didn't I fix that? Oh, is position current not updated here? Is that the problem? Where do I update this? That might be the problem, yeah. Oh man. Bless you. Thank you. I've been working on my own game. I was really struggling with a thing, and after a day of searching and looking through documentation and forum posts, I finally broke down. I registered on the forums and just posted my question. And of course, it was super simple and quick. I just needed to use .bind. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just like that. You don't know exactly what the problem is. It's simple once you know it, but getting there is the hard bit. Yeah, that happens all the time. That is the beauty of programming. Sometimes we focus on the hard things and something silly has been overlooked / forgotten. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Some of the feedback though was, ew, gross. You're doing GDScript using C# naming conventions for your variables. I see. I mean, that's fine. If it works for you, then all the more power to you. Is this thing not being updated immediately? I mean, technically it should, but let me check. No. Age changed. Component added, component removed. What? No. Age changed. Component added, component removed. Armor changed, weapon changed. What is this? Ah, okay. Yeah. I found the problem. That's the problem right there. Okay. I need. So there's only one other thing I need from this. Once the character moves, once position current moves, or it changes, I need to update the Z index. Let's see here. I'm setting it here. Exactly. So this would be, this is where it moves, right? Yeah, exactly. I need once the position current changes, I need to change the Z indexing. I'm gonna have to do this for all of them, so might as well. I'm assuming. So whenever this happens, whenever I'm changing the current position, I'm updating the draw order. Visuals can come later. That's fine. Or I can do the visuals like this. I need to update the Z indexing once the position gets changed. I should just put this in the setter, but for now this will do. Okay. Updating the draw order is going to be the bit that, no, wait a minute. Where are you? Here we go. So I'm going to move you over to here instead. But there's another thing I need to change as well. I'm going to copy, well, most of this, but I won't need all of it. Yes. Okay. No need for any of that. Exactly. So this is going to happen now every time a character, every time anything moves, every time the position of something moves, it should update the Z indexing. It's going to lead to some weird, what's the word? Some weird artifacts for certain transitions. Say, for example, the player will, or rather, the villager will only get visually. It will only update once they actually move into the bit here, the full thing, the full square, which probably shouldn't happen that way. So I am going to fix that a little bit. Maybe I should actually change that. But okay, at least the villagers should all be rendering correctly now. Yes. Well, you know, when they have the same values, such as the villager and the stone, right? I shouldn't even let the villagers go onto that tile, to be fair, but there's still a few things to... Yeah, see, this is the kind of thing. I need to fix that. Actually, I think I'm just going to change this. Oh, no, that's right. I can't. Not directly. When I'm creating the tile map, I need to change its Z index as well. Give me a minute. Here. Where am I creating the... Should be on enter. Where are you? Should be here. Ah, region render. There we go. That should be it, right? Yeah, tile map. Yes. Okay, so... Yeah, okay. This is what I'm looking for. Tile map. I really need to change this later, but... Terrain layers. Z index. This is something that I should fix later, but for now, you know, just for completionist's sake. Okay, I'm assuming that that's correct now, right? Yes, okay. Z index is not correct on this one. I don't need to change the other. The other ones are not even needed at this point, so I don't even care. The only one that matters is this one, the floor, the ground layer, basically. I will change that later as well, but for now, this will stay. There is a thing here that is going to look a little silly. That you see, there is this artifacting on the floor right here. This is happening because of the ground and the rest of the flooring that the player is putting in. Those are in separate places. Those are not the same thing. So Yeah, that's why this kind of artifacting is existing. It's not that bad. I'm not gonna get too bothered over it, but yeah. We'll get to that later. Yeah. Players couldn't care less about our tech. I mean, in a way, you know, if your tech is seamless, if the game is running pretty well, then yeah, tech is kind of invisible in that sense. Yeah, yeah. It's worse than that. When you don't check the most basic stuff first, it's always that. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Pietro. Welcome, welcome. I finished the Godot tutorial last night. Ooh, nice, nice. How did you find it? Did you manage to do it nicely? What did it feel, logical and everything? Yeah, that's pretty good. Congrats, congrats. I wrote always in all caps. What? Well, yeah, it's in all caps. Is it not what? Is it not showing in all caps for you? Where? This whole today is being so crazy. Guys, the whole source code for Jay's game is open source, you know? Hiya, Totem. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. What? I've copied hundreds of pages by hand. True, true. Check the Discord. Oh, God. Well, technically it's in all caps. It's just that the font is all over the place. What the heck is going on over there? Insane. That artifact actually looks nice, like a doorstep. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that at the beginning. Don't know if it'll stay, but I'll have to. Maybe I could just add a different bit to do the doorstep thingy. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. She left the project to public, so the code is open source. What the hell is that font? I don't know. It's all over the place. Godot is nice. I have some programming experience, but when I tried Unity, it seemed to have a bunch of complexity I don't need. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for something simple, yeah, Godot can definitely be that. For sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm glad you're finding Godot nice. Yeah. That's a cursed font if I've ever seen one. It's not even a font. It seems like an amalgam of just all of it, all of the fonts. What fonts do you want? Yes. That's it. Just put it all in. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Okay. That means that flooring now should always be below a character. Also beds. Oh, wait, but beds, I've actually told him to always draw on top when that's not necessarily the case. I'm going to fix that real quick. Give me a minute. Yeah. Give me a second. So let's do furniture always below, because beds are always below. Even though it depends. Some furniture is going to be on the lower end. The other furniture is going to be on the high end. So say, for example, a bed is always going to be at the bottom, but stuff like the cooking pot and everything else, those should be full blocks. They should be at the top. But yeah, so yeah, for beds, it's -1. For everything else, it's +1. But let's test it out. I downloaded all 1,000 fonts from 1,000 fonts and merged them into my 100 super font. Yeah, just use all of the fonts. All of it. Doesn't even matter. I'm actually curious about something. If I build a bed, I have to be careful with that, actually. What? Okay. Yeah, so beds are not always underneath the thing. This is gonna need more than one bit, I feel. Because I'm thinking. Mm, how would you do the other bit? That's the problem. Because I'm assuming. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. When they're coming down. When they're going up, it looks fine. When they're coming down, it looks bad again. Because the floor is getting drawn. Yeah. How can I fix that? Well, it would only be fixed. There is one way to fix that, I think. Let me see. It's not there. Not there. It's here. This is our final position. Right. Yeah, that's. I need to change their Z indexing. Because that's the thing. If I am walking on top of something, I see what the problem is. Yeah. Because, say, for example, we're walking from here to here. So imagining this is 0. This is 2. This middle line is 1. At some point, I need to change from this to this. When I cross this threshold, this midpoint threshold, I need to change my z index at the middle of this threshold. I can't just change it when I reach here, because that's what's happening. I'm only changing it when I reach exactly this point, but I have to change it as soon as I cross this threshold so that I can draw on top of the floor. Otherwise, the floor, until I reach this position right here, it'll draw the floor always on top of me, which is not ideal. That's not what you want to happen. So as soon as I reach the threshold, how do I do that? That's the problem, isn't it? I guess I can just check for timing. If it's more than halfway through, then technically I'm already at the other side instead. And I can change the z indexing based on that. Let's do a quick test here. If it's greater than half, that means I've already crossed towards the next one. So technically, I should update my draw order based on my next position instead. If not, I should use the previous position. I wonder if that's going to be enough. if I do this by ordering everything, it'll be far easier than what I'm doing now. But that's also going to necessitate a bunch of other changes. So I'm not too keen on doing that at the moment. I'm just gonna fix this bit and then I'll get to the rest of it. I wonder if it's correct. Let's see. Seems to be fine. She's a bit off though. Why is she building from over there? Yeah, something is definitely wrong. Run that again. Yeah, something is definitely off. Something's off about this. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something not happening exactly as it should. Okay, now she's at the correct spot. Okay, now they're at the correct spot. I don't know what the heck was up with that. Makes sense. Gotta fix that too. But yeah. I mean, they are walking a bit too fast. Let me try that with a bit more subtle. A bit subtler movement. Hot dog party! Welcome in, maybe. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Hi, welcome in. Thank you so much. I hope you had a nice stream. What were you working on? Tell us all about it. Welcome in. You shout out real quick. There you go. Hi, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Welcome in, everybody. Working on my elf app. I see. What are you working on? Well, today I'm actually working on everything rendering at the correct position. And what I mean by that is the layering sometimes is a bit off. Sometimes stuff draws behind stuff that should draw in front instead. So I'm fixing that today because I've recently added paths to the game. So I can show you a little bit. I've recently added paths and sometimes they were rendering in front of the character when that shouldn't happen, right? So that's why I'm trying to fix that today. Hopefully I'll get somewhere with that. But yeah, I've been adding a bunch of things. Building system is a bit different. The villagers can now build stuff in terms of floors and furniture and all of that. And yeah, but the rendering order is kind of off, so I need to. It's basically just a short-term solution. It's not supposed to. I'm not doing it exactly as I should. But it's just a temporary solution. Once I get this a bit more performant, I'll actually have this being done a little bit differently. Draconia, welcome in. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, everybody. Also, hi, I'm Master Rat. Welcome. Welcome in. Naughty pass. Yeah, they're a bit naughty. It's everything. It's not just the pass. The pass is just a symptom to everything else. The whole layering system is a bit off in some places, so I need to be careful with that. But yeah, hopefully things are working a bit better now. But I'm still testing. It's not exactly. Did you guys see that? I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was extremely funny. It's nighttime everywhere else except for the objects. Oh my gosh. Do you have ADHD by chance? No? I don't think so. At least I've never been diagnosed with any of that. So no, I'm assuming no. Or maybe I do, and it's just been undiagnosed for all this time, but yeah. I saw that. That's not supposed to happen. I need to fix that. This is not supposed to happen. Everything should be dark, and instead everything looks light, which is kind of weird. Not ideal. Let's just put it that way. Not ideal. I'll have to fix it. Codeforge Software, welcome in. Go Godot. Yes, welcome in. I'm got a very early game in dev. Walkie Waldo inspired game. That's cool. Those are very cool. Welcome in, Codeforge. I think we all do. I mean, in some respects, yeah. I guess. I suppose. I don't know. I'm not saying you do or don't, but it's common for ADHD in women to be undiagnosed or misdiagnosed. I'm assuming. Yeah. I don't know. Could be. No idea at all. No idea whatsoever. Is this thing really? Yeah, okay. Let me just fix the whole the darkness filter is not drawing on top of what it should. So I'll give you a minute. Because that's not supposed to happen that way. Where is it? Darkness. Here we go. Yeah, your Z index is not supposed to be that low. There. Max Z index for you. Okay. It's working. It's working again. Yay. Okay. Darkness is working again. Fantastic. Yes, it took them way too long, and my mom being very stubborn to get a diagnosis, though I am all AU DHD, so tism plus ADHD. Gotcha. Right. But yeah. As for everything, well, to anyone who's never been here, I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at this. Pro streamer, by the way, or something like that. Name's Joanna. I'm a game developer, and I am currently working on this colony sim. You've got your little village with your little villagers, and you can tell them to do things. You gather resources. It's pretty much your average colony sim thing. You gather resources, so you've got your villagers going around and collecting all various resources, and then you can use those resources to build things, to create new materials, all the nice stuff. Yeah. And you can use these materials to build, as I mentioned. And I recently added the ability to build flooring. So that's something that I've been working on recently. So you can all build, little paths for things, and they'll actually use the paths instead of just walking in the grass. When they can do that, right? When they actually manage to do something like that. Sometimes there are no paths, and in that case, yeah, there's no avoiding it. But yeah, they use paths and everything. It's kind of cute. But yeah, that's basically it. You can build little houses like this one that you see right here with layers, keep everything nice and tidy. But yeah, I'm currently working on the whole rendering side of things because it's not working as it should, and it should work as it should. How is the performance for the people? Is there a max capacity your game can render? I am not sure. If there is, I've never hit it. But I'm assuming, yeah, at some point it's going to start crawling in terms of performance. I do need to have a performance pass for this whole thing. I do need a whole pass for this whole thing in terms of, not even just performance, but even rendering. The rendering side is very inefficient, and I do need to improve on that. But for now, I am trying to keep it small and simple. When I get this to a bit more of a performance state, I'll try to push it to the limit. Until then, I'm keeping it fairly small and contained. But not sure. I'm not sure about that. Same for me and my wife. Ah, gotcha. I'm worried about how I'm going to tackle the mass populace I'll need for the dense scenes. Same thing here. Yeah. I mean, there are ways to limit you can have a bunch of people, but you limit the rendering side, for example, to just the people that you are watching right now at that moment. There are a few ways to keep that in check, but that is kind of laborious. Yeah, that's going to necessitate a bit of some changes and stuff. My wife had to see 3 different providers to get diagnosed because they would tell her, you seem to have it, but you also have anxiety, depression, etc. We have to rule all those out first. But the minute she got on ADHD meds, the depression and anxiety went away. Ah, gotcha. Well, yeah, I'm glad she's doing better now. Clones and render exclusions. Basically, yeah, basically that would be it. Yeah. Also, I am going to implement at some point. I've already started work on it, but I haven't actually gone through with all of it. But I'm slowly going to transition to a multi-mesh render system, because it's a thing that Godot provides that allows you to be way more efficient with rendering. It does need a bit of work in terms of you're the one who has to keep track of everything, and the rendering order is on you basically. But outside of that, yeah, the performance gains are incredible. So I'll have to do that at some point. But for now, I'm just gonna keep it like this. We'll see how that goes. Oh, also, ads are going to start in about 15-ish seconds. I will take a very quick break, and then I'll come back and keep working on this, because it's not over yet. This whole layering system is working okay-ish, but it's not perfect, and I want to add a bit of extra flair to it. So hopefully I'll be able to tackle that once I'm back. Thank you so much for the follow, Code Forge. Thank you so much. But yeah, eventually I want to add a bit more performance code to this. Yeah, I'll be following along and look forward to discussing more. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'll be here, I'll be doing the thing. But yeah, for sure. It's all good. I am very curious about some other things. I'm going to do some more tests in a bit. But so far, it seems to be okay. It's not perfect. There are definitely gaps in the rendering system. But I am very curious about, especially the building. I want to see what happens within the building. That's going to be the most important bit. I'm going to do some tests when I come back, seeing if that improves anything. It actually looks kind of nice without the grid and everything. Yeah, it's all good. Grid kind of makes it look a little... Yeah. Oh, right. The ads have started. All right. I'll take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So hopefully you'll stick around. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. I'm back. All right. Let's keep going, shall we? I want to do a few more tests to this whole thing. See if this holds up. Because I get the feeling that there's a few specific places where this might not work. So we're going to find out. I want to do one specific test. I want to build furniture on something. So let's say we'll build a bed here. And then I'm going to build floor on top of that. I want to see if it works. Okay, let me just finish that. There we go. Let's build floor on top of this. I'm not even sure if it actually positioned anything there. Not even sure if that's going to work, but we'll see. Is there anything here? It actually doesn't put anything in there. But that's not entirely... Yeah, I need to fix that. It's not supposed to happen like that. You can build furniture on top of floors, but you can't build floors on top of furniture. Which you should be able to. Say, for example... Well, I'd need something that wouldn't occupy the whole space. Let's do a secondary cooking pot. I don't have it open, do I? I'll do a quick edit of it. Let's see. Let's do a quick edit of our pot, our cooking pot, without the base. Four. Okay. So this would be how it would look without the base, right? I want to be able to build floor below this. So we're going to just replace the cooking pot for a little bit with this one. And I want to put that to the test, see if that works. Where's the cooking pot? Here we are. Yeah. Change. Yeah, we're going to change this thing. So edit and put this one in instead. I'm getting the feeling that it doesn't let me, actually. Sure, I'm going to fix that. Over there. Okay. Let's do the flooring now. Yeah, it actually doesn't let me put it there. I need to allow me to do that if the object itself is furniture. So let's fix that real quick. Here we go. This is what I want. Yeah, can be placed. I need to check for this. But this is for blueprints. That's not exactly what I want. This is for blueprints. Never mind, never mind. I want to... Yeah, this one. Can be placed at position. Here we go. I'm checking one way, but not the other. Yeah. I need to check the other way too. So if what exists is furniture, but if what I want to place is a floor type, that should also allow me to place it. Yeah. I was only checking the other way around. If there's a floor present and I want to put furniture on top of it, it allows me, but it should also allow me the other way around. Yeah. But I'm assuming when I do that, that the layering goes off the rails. That's what I want to test. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. This is not enough. Maybe furniture should be 0. No, but that's the thing. Should I make just furniture be 0? If I do that, then the beds are probably not going to work most of the time, which is bad. We don't want that to happen. We want to keep this. It's going to need a lot more layers than I thought there would be. Or maybe, yeah, because that's the problem. If I'm going to interact with the thing, with the furniture itself, then this is not going to work. And I'm thinking specifically of the beds, of course. Unless I do a secondary layer for this. I'll have to think about it. Because, yeah, when they overlap. Do you find vocalizing the issue that streaming encourages helps troubleshoot? A little bit, yeah. Yeah. As in rubber ducking. A little bit, yeah. It kind of helps me at least get my thoughts out a little. Yeah. Would you be talking it through if you were in streaming? Depends. Sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. I do find I vocalize a bit more when I'm streaming. Well, for the added benefit for me, right? Because vocalizing through it helps you get through the problem, but also because, it keeps people updated on what I'm trying to do and what my thought process is. But yeah, not sure if I'd do that all the time if I was by myself, but I probably would, at least for the majority of it, I'd say. This is tricky. That means for each furniture, I'd need to keep for each furniture. I'd need to keep kind of like an offset. But that's not ideal. To do what I want to do, I'd need. So, say for example, you want a bed, right? There's floor underneath. So, let's say that the bed wouldn't occupy the whole place. But I want the villager on top of the bed at all times because, I want to see the villager on top of it. This is now a 3, instead of a 2-way, it's a 3-way because the furniture is kind of in the middle of everything. Because previously I had just the villager and the layer at the back. And then, the whatever was at the back of me and then at the back of that. But in this case, I would have to do something different. In the new system, villager, midpoint would be the bed. Midpoint would be a 2. Midpoint. So something, for example, like what's the word? A blanket on top of the bed would be here on this layer, on the midpoint. And this would be our new middle point. So I'd need 4 instead of 2 for every single position, which is not ideal. Not ideal, not at all. But if I really want this to be agnostic of everything, that would be the way I'd do that. Okay, let's put furniture as let's put furniture with a z index of 0 instead. Because that's the problem. Both the floor and the furniture are on different layers. For me to fix this, for this to be a thing, I need to do this times 4. Furniture would be -1. Floor would be -2. Yeah, that would be basically it. Yeah. I think that would be it. Yeah. Would that fix it? I have no idea. I could just change it based on the type of furniture it is, though. I could just do that. Could just do that. I'd just check the type. So if it's a bed, z index, we'd add a -1 to it. And we'd return. Let's leave furniture at 0 instead. So bed is our outlier. Every other furniture should be at 0. So the crafting bench and the cooking pot, those should be at 0. The only one who shouldn't be at 0 is the bed. So if the bed is a specific case, then we just return from that specific case. So we'll leave some sort of leeway in between these. I've got a little rubber ducky on my desk to help. I see. That's pretty cute. The bed tile could be swapped for a bed with villager sprite. Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to do animations very well. Instead of handling the village in the bed. But you'd need a bed with village sprite that handles all the randomized village attributes. Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. Hopefully this is good enough to fix that. We'll see. I can just, yeah, invert that. We don't need to do any of that. Besides, cool. All right, hopefully that kind of solves the problem. Let's make sure. Okay. Not going to remove anything because that's usually the problem. I'm going to place the bed first. Then the floor. Gonna let that build. Okay. So it is layering correctly. That's nice. Good. That's good. I probably should put the Z index of this somewhere here at some point. Yeah, I'll think about that. Over on the UI, that would help a little bit. But okay, now let's see if the villager, once they go to sleep at night, let's see if it actually tiles correctly. Or layers correctly, I should say. Okay, they do layer correctly. They're on top of the bed. There's now 3 things here. Each of them with a different layer. I'm assuming at least. Okay, let's do something. First of all, let's change the U. Let's add a thing here. Yeah. Let's add a new one. Let's attach. Let's just duplicate this. Put that here. Let's call this the Z index. Okay. I just want to print this to make sure that everything is, doing stuff correctly. Index label. Label. There. That should fix that. At least that'll help me see the index a bit better. Okay. Compile that. And then we're just going to assign that one. Okay. Hopefully that'll do it. Yeah, there's a few problems with the rest of this, but that's okay. I actually don't mind that all that much, to be quite fair. Let's see. Place a bed. And also place a cooking pot. And now we're going to place some floor tiles. Okay. Let's add the villager in. Nighttime. What? Something happened. What's going on? What is this? Huh. That's new. What the heck is happening to? Resource processor 300. Well, yeah, no, but who's calling that? Task resolver cook. Wait, I think I know what it is. Oh my gosh. It's probably because it doesn't allow it because of the floor. The floor is blocking it. Wait a minute. That is funny. Got to go. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great to be intro to your content. I'll be joining again soon. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. You'll be more than welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you. So here's the thing. I want to get an interaction position. But to do that, let me see. Right. Is it valid? Okay. It is valid. So I am checking for buildings. If the category is different from floor. Oh no, so it should have enough space, you know. Yeah, I'm already checking for floor. This sounds all above board. Yeah, I'm already checking that it's not a floor type. What? I'm confused. Plus, there's also the fact that if I don't find it, I should just return false. So that's kind of weird. Uh, do I have access to simulate? Yes, I do. No. Yes. Okay. That, yeah, it was trying to find a place to it was trying to find a place to put the thing in. Oh, but actually, well, oh yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, I got to do it this way. Hopefully that'll fix that. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, no, I don't want to destroy anything at the very beginning. I want to make sure this is working without destroying anything. Okay, there we go. Place the bed and the cooking pot. And now the flooring beneath it. Ah, but it actually doesn't. It actually avoids the floor. I need to fix that. That's not how it's supposed to go. Yeah, she's cooking and putting it on the floor. Not supposed to happen that way, but okay. Hi, Amanda. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, I want to just see the bed bit. Okay, so let's see. 268 for the character. 266 for the floor. And I'm assuming 267 for the bed. Exactly. Okay, okay. So we're doing good. We're doing okay. That's fantastic. All right. Not perfect, like I mentioned, but at least it's a bit less chaotic when it's trying to put everything together, which is exactly what we wanted. Doing good. You doing good too. Yeah, yeah. Start of the stream was a bit rocky. I had a bit of I had a few internet problems when I started out, but yeah, other than that, all good. All good. Yeah, okay. So the Z indexing is good. That's good. Everything is being rendered correctly. Yes. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. We're doing okay, I feel. It's all good. I just gotta fix this thing. You're not You are not supposed. You can put stuff on top of floors, you know. You don't have to go all the way out there to just outputs. Get closest empty cell. So, what are we doing here? Ah, I got to do that here too, don't I? I'm guessing I do. Let me think. Yeah. I needed to have the checks here. This is very iffy. I wanted to avoid that, but turns out I can't. Yeah, because I'm basically doing the same check twice. It's a bit iffy. Yeah, I'm basically making the same check here and here. I'll have to put this in the same. I'll have to put this in a method, I guess. Eventually, I'll have to put this in the same method. Yeah. Oh, Gabriel, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Everything good? Beginner question. Sure. Is there any specific reason for you to use C# instead of GDScript? Saudações do Brasil. Saudações de Portugal. Oi, oi. I'm basically using C# because of two main reasons. This project used to be a Unity project, so I coded part of it in C#. And the second reason is I just like C#. That's basically it. But yeah, the main reason is I didn't want to throw all the work I did away when I moved over to Godot. So I just moved all the C# code to Godot instead and never bothered to translate it to GDScript. That's basically it. Because yeah, the project was originally a Unity project. That's why. I see. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. That is basically that. That's the main reason why I decided to keep the C#. And the other reason is I just like programming in C#. I didn't see the need to change languages just because I was moving to a new engine, right? So yeah, I just decided to keep using C# instead of learning a whole new language to do stuff in. Another Zuka. Nós somos uma praga mesmo. There's a lot of you out there. It is true. But I wouldn't call you a plague. Okay, this all seems above board, I think. 4, 3. I'm assuming if I put a villager in there. Okay, now they're actually putting the little bowls on top of the floor, which is good. Okay, let's see. 72. 74. This is the floor, I'm assuming. And then there's the bed with 1073. Okay, so this all seems good. It's all above board. Yeah. Fine. Plague adjacent. Quick, Jada, hide your gold from these. I don't have any anyway, so it's fine. It's all good. Okay, so this is actually going very well. I like how this is going. It's all good. Does this button still work? Oh, it does. Okay, that's cute. Okay. That's pretty good, I feel. I just need to be very careful with how I do things from here on out. The flooring is a bit of an issue if I get to that point later. But yeah, eventually I'll just improve that. But for now, this looks like it's working fairly well. There is only one other check I want to do, which is the trees. Because you see what's happening, right? She's embedding way too much into the tree. Which is, I mean, it's okay, I guess, but not exactly ideal, I'd say. But I'm willing to overlook that for now and just fix that later. The layering bit, though, I need to change this. I think this is the pathing layer, isn't it? I could just change that bit. Yeah, the pathing layer. Put that on. Make that I don't know. Max Z, but one more, just so it draws on top of the floor. Yeah, and that fixes everything. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Let's just change that then. Here, I'm assuming it's around here, correct? Yes, okay, it's here. I do have a pathing layer, don't I? yeah, I have access to the pathing layer directly. So let's do pathing one above the actual ground layer so that everything renders correctly. That's good. But yeah, we're I think we're good now. I mean, eventually some of this stuff is going to be a little iffy. But eventually, when I get all these tiles going, when I get the new drawing system, the new render system in, I think it'll look a little bit better. And it'll be a little bit more performant, which is, you know, that's the whole point of this thing. I am very much looking forward to actually having caves in this thing. Instead of just building up stuff, right? I want to dig holes on the ground too. That's going to be exciting. But we'll get to that point later. That's going to be a little bit down the line. Right now, I'm fairly content with what's going on in here. But yeah, eventually I definitely want to, mine inside of mountains and, dig holes to build other stuff. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. I need to make sure that this all seems to work above board for now. The only thing that I'm a little iffy on is basically the layering of the trees. I'm not too sure about that one. Okay, delete this one. I want it. So here they're at the back. I'm assuming this is because this is a newer tree. So they're all getting rendered. Yeah, they're all the same. So the rendering bit is dependent on the order of. I wanted to avoid order of things existing altogether, but I guess I just can't avoid that. Although, to be fair, I needed them to come down instead. It looks good when they're going up. That's the thing. Or at least in certain places. Not all of them, I don't think. It kind of looks okay. But I'm guessing this is because of the way they're set up at this point. If it was the other way around, if the tree was there before the characters, I'm assuming that they wouldn't act like this specifically. Let's see if I move them here. Come on over. I want to see how you look. Where are you? Oh, there you are. You're over here somewhere. Yeah, see, now she's on top of the tree, which she shouldn't be. I mean, it's okay. To be fair, it's totally fine. I'm not too bothered by it. It is something that I'd like to fix in the future, but for now, I think it's totally fine. It's not perfect, but it's not meant to be. I have been thinking of ways to actually render these a bit better, but for now, I'm totally fine with how this is looking. only thing I'm kind of skeptical on, are you all being rendered? Because I think that's the problem, though. Yeah, stuff like this shouldn't be happening. I think that's the only thing I still need to fix. I need a Z layer for drawing things. So that things always draw in height. I mean, it looks like it's doing that. But that's only because, well, that's mostly because it's using the Y position to determine this. But I bet you if I do something weird that it'll look bad still. So say for example that we build from bottom or from top to bottom, say like this. I'm fairly certain that this is going to look bad. Yep. That's not looking good. That's not how it's supposed to look. It's supposed to look like this instead. Yeah, see? This is how it's supposed to look like. But because I built it from top to bottom, the layering is all off. I gotta take into account the Z as well, which I'm not doing. I need to fix that. So I'm gonna fix that next. To do that, I'll need to do a bit of, I'll have to check a few things actually. I need to be very careful with this. I could just be ruining the whole thing. I am very concerned that by doing this, I could just be breaking the whole thing. But okay. Let's see. You. I'm only using the Y position. But that's not the whole story, is it? I need it to update based on Z as well. But to do that, say we've got a wall here with several pieces. I need this to render over what's there at the back, because this is something that's closer to the front, right? To do that though, the Y by itself is already a good indicator. I guess I can just add a +1 to everything. Is that enough? If I do that, will that be enough? For every layer, for every time we go up here. We just add 1. Is that enough? I wonder. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if that works. Actually, that gold is ours. Yeah. So let's see. The index. I'm going to, well, add or subtract. No, I need to add. I need to add the Z level. Position Z. Is that going to be enough? What gold? Oh my God. Stop. All right, let's see. I wonder if that's going to be enough. I mean, yeah, at this point, everything renders correctly because I've made sure that all of this is rendered as it should. But what I want to do is actually build that little structure that I did a little while. Let's see, yeah. Hopefully that works. Okay. Now, the only problem is that enough for the layering system? And when I mean the layering system is, if I put a tree here, for example, and here, is that enough? Seems like it. Okay, that seems fair enough. I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to start over. Oh, okay. Ads are going to start in about 50-ish seconds. I'll take a quick break and then I'll come back. Once the ads start, of course. Okay, let's see. I want them to actually go through the thing. So let me create the arch right on top of them so I can see them going through it, basically. You didn't actually manage to finish that? What? Okay. Let's see how that looks. That looks okay. That looks okay, actually. All right. That seems fine. I think. Hard to tell, but... Well, they're embedding into the wall, but that's a whole other problem. That's a whole nother thing. That seems to be working all right. Yeah, that'll do, I feel. Just need to make sure that I've got the other corner cases figured out. I'll have to I think I'm gonna have to revisit this once I build into levels. You know, once that you can actually go up and down levels. Because technically you already can, but yeah. All right. Ads are in. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. I'll just take a quick break and I'll be back in a minute. So, well, in a few minutes. So hopefully I'll see you on the other side of those ads. Hello, everybody. I'm back now. All right, let's do more stuff. I am fairly okay with the, let's just say, way things are at the moment. Even if the layering is not 100% on point, I'm okay with that. I wonder if oh, I can actually do that. Interesting. Oh, wait. Floor is not tiling correctly, is it? Let me see. Maybe I still have one last thing to fix. Maybe there's one last thing I need to fix before I move on to something else. And I think I know why. I think I know exactly what's going on. Yeah. Because it is visible. Yeah, it is built here, but the layering itself is not enough, I don't think. I need to move more than one. It needs to be more than one, I think. Because let me just check something. Oh, that's right, I can't. Because I did this in a very poor way. Another part of April Fools on Twitch. Sometimes a chat message will be marked as responding to me when in fact it isn't. Cool. That's so cool. As that's cool, I suppose. Hi, Abby Joan. Welcome. How's the game going? Going well. I am tweaking the building system a little bit. Basically, the layering of stuff. I guess you could call it that. That's what I'm trying to tweak now. Let's see if this is all working as it should. I'm gonna add a few more stuff like this. Seems like it's working. Let me see. Yeah, layering seems to be working okay. It's just a little weird. Yeah. The fact that there's no shadows or anything is kind of iffy. I'll need to fix that eventually. But yeah, this part I need to fix because this was supposed to be floor on top of this and it's not showing anything. It's just showing the wall bit. Not cool. Not cool. To do that, I get the feeling that I'll have to increase my Z indexing based on Z. It can't just be. I wonder if I have to multiply by 4 as well. Not exactly. Or maybe I do. Maybe I do need to do that. Because if I don't do that, the whole other bits of the layering system might be bad. I'll have to workshop this mathematical formula a little bit, I feel. But it should be okay. Let's see. Does seem like it's layering correctly now. At least it seems like it. We'll see. Okay. Seems like it's layering correctly now, which is good. Let's see if I add more flooring here. Will that work? I just want to see if the characters layer correctly. Does seem like it does. Yeah, the whole bit, the depth perception is kind of wonky when you can't, you know, when you can't check for shadows or anything. It does seem a little wonky, but it's not that bad. Hiya, Bumblebite. Hi, Jonah chat. Welcome in, welcome in. And Zont. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are doing good today. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it does seem like it's working correctly. The only fear is once this gets to actually having, I'm not going to do that at the moment. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But I get the feeling that once villagers can go up levels and down levels, right? That then things will get a little dicier. But hopefully that'll be a problem for future me, not for right now me. But this is good news. That means we can actually have somewhat of an extra layer to things here. Like this, for example, you could make a little level like that inside of the house. And yeah, without the shadows, it looks kind of weird. I am aware. But you can make a few cute things, yeah. How can I avoid buying candy this Easter? I feel it's impossible. I mean, Easter makes it really hard for you to not buy candy. That is true. I guess it's kind of become the whole point of Easter is just, you buy candy for yourself and others. I guess that's kind of it. Stuff actually now takes time to build, which is pretty cool. Always has been. True, true. Every holiday, someone is trying to sell you something. I guess, yeah. It has become a bit dystopian in that sense. Actually, destroy that. Don't do that one. Seems like everything is okay now. But yeah, the Y coordinate's still the most important one. Because this is the thing that actually tells me how farther away things are. still feel like that's the most important bit. Yeah. It's so cheap. It's an awesome deal. It's the same with Black Friday. I brought like 3 SSD drives I don't use. Wait, seriously? Dang. You have some RAM? You might be rich and don't know it. True, true. RAM prices have skyrocketed recently. How's your day, Jay? And how's the deving proceeding? It's going well. Yeah. I've recently added a few extra things. So I've implemented flooring. So villagers can now build flooring. And you can use that to make cool structures like this, can create a bit of a megalomaniacal structure of sorts with a bunch of levels and other things. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Just trying to improve the building system a little. Yeah, that looks okay. But yeah, I've been slowly adding more stuff to the game. Just slowly getting to the point where I'm actually satisfied with the whole thing. And then I can start thinking about other stuff. Just getting stuff done. I saw Fire, sadly not. I had 32 gigabytes unopened, but I did install it this year. But it is crazy expensive now. Is it crazy expensive now? I mean, I don't know if it's crazy expensive, but it's definitely on the pricier side. I'd say it's crazy expensive, but your mileage may vary depending on your expendable income, I suppose. I think they actually, what was it? It's like 4 times the price now. It's kind of crazy. Oh, everybody's coming in to pitch in. Sweet. Nice. So yeah, you can now build kind of crazy structures like this, but it still needs a bit of tweaking. The lighting system definitely. I need to improve the lighting system for this. Good to hear, Jay. It's nice going forward. Yeah. Hopefully it'll improve from here on out. It still needs a bit of an art pass. That's something that I need to work on, but yeah, we'll fix that later, I suppose. Jeez, 4 times. Yeah, if it's not 4 times, it's around that ballpark. And also it depends when was the last time you looked at the prices. Because yeah, I think it's from a year, from now to a year ago. It's been like 4 times the pricing or something like that. Or it might be in a larger time window. Hard to say. But yeah, prices have skyrocketed very much recently. Woo! Yikes. That is crazy. I should have bought on June 2025. That's what I should have bought. my RAM. Sad days. Yeah, what happened on June 2025? Seems like there was a dip on everything. Good lord. It's insane. Prices are just skyrocketing in some of these cases. Oof. Yep. Some of these are tamer than others, but it's still a huge price hike. Make no mistake. Also, yeah, some of these don't have the same scale, right? From 1 square on this one is $100. 1 square here is $200. So keep that in mind. Jesus. That is utter insanity. Yikes. Okay, let's not get depressed anymore. I'm going to take that out of the screen before I get depressed looking at it. Everyone says investing in gold is a good idea, but no one said we should be investing in RAM. True! Yeah, we should have invested in RAM instead. I'm so happy being into tech way before all this AI and Bitcoin mining. Yeah, it definitely, those sort of things hiked the prices by a lot. Yeah. Is it more like 5 times? No, 4 times, my bad. It depends. It depends on which RAM type you're talking about. But yeah. If I had to guess, those dips might be when that news came out that OpenAI not turning a profit. Okay, but it went right back up. That was a very short-lived dip though. I heard those GPU AI chipsets draw a fair amount of amperage, and then they need cooling as well from NVIDIA. Right, yeah. It's not an easy tech to have. It definitely needs its maintenance. Yeah, for sure. Okay. That's good. I think that's fine. All I need now... Okay. Given that this is working okay, I'm not so sure about the height and levels and stuff. That's going to be something I'll fix later. But for now, they're all just moving on the ground floor. I'm okay with that. That's fine. And everything seems to be layering correctly, so I'm going to move on with other stuff. This seems okay-ish enough. Eventually, I will want to improve the rendering system. I'm going to just redo the whole rendering system with multi-mesh instances and stuff like that. And I'll probably use this these calculations to determine the positioning of things. So, could be worse. Could be a lot worse. All right, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to commit what I've got. And then we're going to move on to something else. I might touch a bit on pathfinding. Because, yeah, pathfinding has been kind of bothering me. And it does need a bit of a touch-up. So I'm probably going to touch on that a little bit. Oh, actually, let me undo just one thing from what I did. I want the cooking pot to go back to its original texture because I do like this one better. There you go. I just did that just so I could see the underneath. So yeah, let me just get that there. So give me a second. Okay. That's fine. Just doing one last check here. Make sure everything is working as it should. Or everything is being committed as it should. More of that, I suppose. But yeah, everything seems to be above board for the most part. Okay, that should work. Okay, commit. Now we're gonna move on to pathfinding a little bit. Do you use Git command line or something like source tree Kraken? I'm using I think this is called source Git. I think that's it. Give me a minute. I'll get a link for it. I think it's called source Git. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's source Git. I'll put up the link on chat. That's what I'm using, basically. It's pretty cool. It's free and open source, and it's very nice. You know, it works very well. It's simple but powerful. That's all I need. You know, I don't need anything too fancy. It looks a lot like source tree. I used a bit of Fork. I don't know if you know Fork, the Git client. I used it for a little bit. And I liked it, right? But then I wanted something. I mean, you can use Fork as long as you like, but I felt bad just using it and not paying for it, to be quite honest. So I stopped using it. But then I found out about SourceGit, and it actually has all I need, and it has this feature where you can do theming over it, and there's actually a theme that kind of resembles Fork a little bit. So, you know, it's a win-win. I don't feel bad for not paying for something that I'm using. And I actually get it looking exactly how I wanted to. So, you know, it's all good. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty sweet. I really like it. I've been using it for a bit, and I'm very, very happy with it. It's fairly simple, super easy to use. Not a lot of hassling to it. It's got everything I need. I don't need anything too powerful. I just need something to commit every now and then, and you know, to see what's going on with the repository and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm using SourceGit basically. Probably should make a command on that on stream. You're actually the first person to actually ask me that, but I'm assuming that more people would be curious at some point. I'm so old. I'm still using Tortoise Git. Oh my gosh. I never used Tortoise Git, but I did. You know what Tortoise I used? Let me see if I can find it. There it is. Oh my god, dude. This brings me back. Any of you ever heard of SVN? Oh yes. Oh yes. I used this in university. That's it. Oh yes. It's basically, you know, it's the Tortoise client, but it's SVN is a different kind of you know. It's a different kind of content management. Not content management. What am I talking about? Oh my gosh, the name is failing me. Version control. Version control. That's it. That's it. Same. Yeah. Hey, rabbits. Welcome, welcome. Actually, I started with CVS, but I don't remember the client's name. That's also true. Yeah. Tortoise SVN is the first client that I remember using, but as the version control, CVS was the first I used. Yes. I didn't use CVS for very long though. I don't know how long I used it, but it was a year at best, I think. And then we all moved over to SVN and eventually to Mercurial and eventually to Git. That was my whole journey. CVS for a very short period of time, then SVN for a little bit, then Mercurial for around the same time as SVN, and then it was just Git. Yeah. Hacking Tortoise shell extension. Yeah. I'm always interested in people's tools. It's like keeping up with the dev mainstream. I see. I mean, I don't. I'm not exactly mainstreamy, but yeah, I can totally relate to that feeling. Yeah, knowing what people are using, just to make sure that I'm not using, deprecated tools or something. We use it in my software engineering class. Yeah, yeah. If I remember correctly, I think I used CVS on my first year of university. And then from there on out, everyone adopted SVN. I think that was it. Or maybe I used CVS for more than a year. I don't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, SVN, I do distinctly remember using Tortoise SVN specifically. Because, uh, and yeah, I used Mercurial on the last years of my university tenure. And after that, I only started using Git way, way long after I left university. I still used Mercurial for, I'm going to say 4 years after I left university. And only after that did I start using Git specifically. But yeah, that was a trip. I wonder if there's a Tortoise CVS. I don't remember I'm kind of sad that I don't remember what client I used for CVS, though. I wish I did. I don't remember if it was Tortoise CVS, though. Was it? Because there is a Tortoise CVS. Oh my god, this is so old. I love it. I love it so much. We need to go back. Look at it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is peak version control. This is peak version control, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, haters, but that's just the truth. Oh my god. Tortoise was fun. We all had to ask each other, are you working in this file? Or can you unlock this file? I have vague recollections of, yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah. My hottest version control take is Mercurial is better than Git for less technical users, way fewer foot guns. I guess, yeah, I'd say so. I never, to be fair, I never used version control in a deep sense, right? Mostly it's just been a way for me to keep the project, you know, updated on a lot of machines all at once. It's never been a deep thing for me. I never got too much into the thing of version control. So I just used the basics. Even in Git, I just use the basics. Okay, here's the files I want to keep track of. Here's the files that I want to commit on this specific commit. That's it, right? I don't use it. I'm not a power user. That's what I mean. I'm not a big Git power user. And, it took me a while to get into Git. Eventually, sorry about that. Eventually, I got it, right? Eventually, I managed to go through it. But, man, starting out with Git was pretty nasty. It wasn't easy. I at that time I thought I should just stick to Mercurial, But everyone was using Git, so I thought, okay, maybe I'll force myself to use Git. Maybe Git is a bit better, and I am just not feeling it. And eventually, I just moved over to Git, and that was it. My big reason for moving away from Mercurial. Previously, I wasn't hosting, or I didn't have code on GitHub. Previously, I used Bitbucket, which was Atlassian's code. It's a coding, kind of like a coding platform, much like GitHub, right? But slightly different. And that one used Mercurial, but eventually they sent out a notice saying, "Hey, not a lot of people use Mercurial, so we're gonna deprecate it." And I thought, okay, maybe now I should switch to Git. Damn it. And that was mainly the reason why I decided to use Git, because I saw the writing on a wall and I thought, okay, maybe I should just use Git, maybe Mercurial is dying and I'm here riding a dying car. So yeah. SVN merging mantra. Don't even try. I don't think I've tried anything too fancy with SVN, to be fair. I believe I was using SVN until 2013 or something, and CVES until 2005. I don't remember. I don't remember the exact dates though. The only thing I remember is I was using Tortoise SVN. That's the only thing I remember. Version control is so daunting for me. It can be a bit daunting at the beginning. It definitely helps if you're in the mindset of using something like that. But if you don't come from a background where that's especially important, yeah, it can getting your head wrapped around it can be a bit daunting. Yeah. But after a while, if you're just doing the basics, it's fairly fine. You know, you don't need to learn a lot to just use the basics. Yeah. So you've never had to deal with the Git flow era? Wow, that was a fun time at work. No, I don't know what Git flow is. No idea what that is. CVS GUI. Oh my gosh, dude. Yes. Yes. We need to go back. We need to go back immediately. Perfect. It's perfect. We've hit perfection and then we crawled back from it, you know? Pretty sure it was this I used. The fish is similar. I don't remember this. I don't think I used anything as fancy as this though. Whatever it was I was using for CVS wasn't this. Oh, it had a tree and everything. Wow. Okay. No, I definitely didn't use anything as fancy as this. Not at all. Not at all. Oh, this looks pretty fancy. You know, this looks pretty nice. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah, I didn't use anything quite as fancy as this. This is way too fancy for I don't remember using anything like this. It looks cool though. I like it. The Git local workspace versus the remote branch is a bit to take in. Yeah, it depends a lot on how you use it. But after you get the basics down, it's okay. It very much depends on how comfortable you are with tech, I'd say. For me, it was easier because I got used to command line stuff fairly early, right? As soon as I started using computers, I knew how to use a command line. So that definitely helps in, buying into stuff like this. But yeah, after a while, it just, I guess you just manage to get it. It might take a while depending on how much background you've got, but yeah, it's something that you learn as with anything. I always hated Git flow and was constantly pushing to ditch it. Terrible, terrible idea. I see that I've missed the party. Let's cherry pick the hotfix into develop. Let's rebase the feature branch that's been around for 18 months. Sentences spoken by the utterly deranged. That doesn't sound very good. No, I'll be honest. That sounds a bit. Yeah. That sounds a bit deranged. Yeah, for lack of a better word. Yeah. All you need is love. True. Hi, Aggie. Welcome. I would explain what Git flow is, but it literally would not fit in a Twitch comment. Yeah. I'll try looking it up. But I'm assuming, was this before Git? Was this like an attachment to Git? What was it? Git flow. Oh, there's actually an Atlassian article about this. Okay, I'm just gonna read the first few phrases if that's all right. Now I'm curious. Git flow workflow. Okay. Git flow is a legacy Git workflow. Okay. That was originally a disruptive and novel strategy for managing Git branches. Gitflow has fallen in popularity in favor of trunk-based workflows, all right, which are now considered the best practices for modern continuous software development and DevOps practices. Gitflow also can be challenging to use with continuous integration, continuous development. This post details Gitflow for historical purposes. Wow, incredible. All right, cool. Atlassian being the historians here. I dig it. I dig it. Okay, what is Gitflow? I'm just going to read this part. I feel like this should be enough to get a hint at it. Gitflow is an alternative Git branching model that involves the use of feature branches and multiple primary branches. Multiple primary branches? Oh, this is going to be fun. It was first published and made popular by Vincent Dreesen at NV. Compared to trunk-based development, Gitflow has numerous longer-lived branches and larger commits. Under this model, developers create a feature branch and delay merging it to the main trunk branch until the feature is complete. These long-lived feature branches require more collaboration to merge and have a higher risk of deviating from the trunk branch. They can also introduce conflicting updates. Gitflow can be used for projects that have a scheduled release cycle and for the DevOps best practice of continuous delivery. This workflow doesn't add any new concepts or commands beyond what's required for the feature branch workflow. Instead, it assigns very specific roles to different branches and defines how and when they should interact. In addition to feature branches, it uses individual branches for preparing, maintaining, and recording releases. Of course, you also get to leverage all the benefits of the feature branch workflow: pull requests, isolated experiments, and more efficient collaboration. Okay. I feel like I've read this whole thing and I'm still thinking, wait a minute. What? I feel like I'm getting into a rabbit hole. But multiple primary branches is a wild take, I gotta say. Incredible. Incredible. At least it uses Git, not SVN. I suppose, yeah. No, my eyes. That XP window theme is like the Dark Ages. It was the best of times, you know? It was great. I loved it. We need to go back. We need to return. When I work in Windows, I prefer the Tortoise stuff, like Tortoise Git. I never tried Tortoise Git, actually. Oh, it's a shell interface. Right. Makes sense. You know, most of them are. There's probably a visual client, I'm assuming. But yeah, I never got too much into the commands themselves. I've basically almost always used I mean, I have used Git commands for specific stuff, but most of the time I just use a client that, you know, eases the process for me. Maybe one of these days I'll actually learn the ins and outs of Git, but that's not going to be today. I just spent 2 hours making mushroom risotto. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm worried. I took so much work to make, but it tastes so good. Yeah, that's actually making me hungry. How dare you? How dare you, actually? No, I'm just kidding. Enjoy risotto. It's probably pretty good. Yeah. It's basically a maximally complicated way to use Git. Gotcha, yeah. If there is multiple primary, then none are primary, like definitionally. I guess, yeah. Well, I'm guessing that they said multiple primary as in what you're expecting out of Git now, right? You have in Git now there's only one, well, your master, not master, now it's a main. Yeah, a main branch, and that would be your primary, right? And then everything else is secondary. Proper Atlassian. I could imagine the British accent and monocle and this historical tactic. Possibly. I hereby declare. No, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I can totally picture that too. Yeah. The way GitHub PRs work is reminiscent of this. You need branches for everything. Ah, okay. Because I've never had to do pull requests. I'm assuming that's what PRs PR stands for, right? Pull requests. I never actually had to do a lot of that. So yeah. You needed the chart. Hang on. Oh boy, the chart. Okay. Jarrett, another Git server, allows devs to create PRs without creating branches, which is much more in line with modern continuous integration, continuous development. Okay. What is this? I get the feeling, oh boy. What is this? Severe bug fix for production. Incorporate bug fix and develop. Major feature for next release. Feature for next release. So this would be Git flow? Is that it? Start of the release branch. Only bug fixes. 1.0. Correct. That is the original diagram by the inventor. Because this, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of stuff like this. Oh, right, because they're not subsets. They're all just continuously existent. It's not just something that exists for the sake of the time where you actually have it. It's not something that opens and then closes. It's something that is continually there instead. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. Tortoise Git is visually identical to Tortoise SVN, except with Git commands. Gotcha, yeah. Please send risotto. I am hungry. Yeah, for sure. Send some. Did your computer come with the optional feeds all accessory? Well, if it doesn't, then no risotto for you, sadly. To be fair, I get how they come up with it. The idea being main is the proper release product and develop is the in-progress release, but merging dead code that can be enabled with flags or whatever is 1,000 times better in practice. I get, yeah, for sure. No, I should invest. True. Invest in that. That is the technology of the future, for sure. But yeah, this seems kind of crazy. The system that's much more prevalent nowadays of having a branch exists so long as that feature exists and that's it feels a bit cleaner than this. Instead of, just reusing branches, that feels like an accident waiting to happen. That feels like a terrible thing waiting to happen. A bomb waiting to go off. Exactly. And the latest main is always working argument should be enforced with automated tests. If that's not possible, use labels for stable versions. I guess, yeah. Seems like a better way to do that, for sure. Okay. I want to do a few fixes since I've managed to fix the whole drawing layers thing. It's not perfect, but eventually I'll revisit this after I've done the whole other things that I need to work on. But gonna work a bit on pathfinding specifically. Well, not too much. I'm basically just gonna make sure that characters cannot embed themselves into walls because that's happening quite a lot and it's kind of bothering me. I'm trying to place your accent, or at least accent to my ears. Is it New Zealand? No. What is it? Well, there is. Well, oh boy. This accent is not specific to a place because I am not a primary. My primarily language isn't English. I English is not my first language. That's what I mean. So the accent is whatever. It's whatever I catch. Fair. Yeah, yeah. I am Portuguese. English has always been a second language to me. So most of my English has been from cartoons and media, right? But as far as that, that's mostly, I'd say that the accent is mostly North American English, I'd say, because that's where most media that I consumed when I was young came from. But, you know, it's close enough to that, but it's not exactly that specifically. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. What can I say? Oh, did I commit? Did I commit? Oh, I actually committed. Okay, okay. Cool. Portugal, Portuguese or Brazil? Portugal. Born and raised. Never left. Fun. Yes. Yes, indeed. Right, pathfinding. Let me check something. When I Oh, that's right. That's here, I think. When I'm doing idle, isn't it? I have to check. Idle, idle. That would be on process action like this. Animate and move. No, but I need, that's not it. Give me a minute. Why leave? I love my dungeon, my hole in the ground. Exactly, exactly, yeah. Why leave your dungeon if you're comfortable there, you know? That's so good. You don't need to leave the dungeon. If you feel comfy there, then it's fine. Okay. Q. No. Entity. Don't I have that here? Where am I actually? It might be this. Right, right, okay. Fine, fine. It's here. Okay. Carry. No, I'm looking for idle. Idle should be one of the first ones, right? Don't I have a idle here somewhere? Idle. Here we go. Idle. Okay. I am checking for new position, but I need to check if this position actually houses anything. If it does, then you don't want to, you know, go there. That's basically it. Actually, yeah. Need a way to do this. Oh, okay. Ads are going to start in about 30-ish seconds. I'll take a quick break and then I'll come back. And hopefully I'll fix this whole pathfinding thing. I don't want them to embed into walls, you know? That's not cash money. I don't want people to get embedded into walls. That seems bad. I can delete most of the stuff. Yeah, I don't. Just delete all of that. What I need to do is a while loop here. Let's say 10 tries, right? That seems like a good idea. You've got 10 tries to do a position, to have a new position. Let's assume that our position is going to just be us. So that would be entity position, position region. But if we manage to find anyone, we actually return that. that. Yes. Or rather, okay. No. Get. Oh, okay. Ads are in progress. I will take a quick bit to just, get up and go about and everything like that. And I clicked that by mistake. That's totally fine. I'll just take a little bit. So I'll see you on the other side of those ads. Catch you in a bit, everybody. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry, I'm a little late. But I am back. All right. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Okay. Okay. Let's keep working on it. Okay. Right. I need to get entities here. Get first. I mean, yeah. No need to include deferred on this one, I don't think. Okay. So add position. That's the position that we want to move to. Now the filter is, it needs to have a component. Building frame. There we go. Well, and it's not, no, can't just be that, I don't think. Yes. Simulation context, data, registry, building frame data of that type. And the category is not floor. Floor, not full floor. Okay. There we go. So if we find it, if we find something in this specific, well, with this specific details, we want to continue. Otherwise, that's the position that we want, so we break. Oh, right, I must have forgotten to close this bit. Is that not it? Wait a minute. No, that's correct. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Forgot the if. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we break. We try this for 10 times. If we can't find anything, then we don't. But at least this way we avoid, getting embedded into walls, I guess. To actually test this, I want to do a little something. I'm going to move the house, the first house that we spawn in. I want to move that. I want to move the house over to the middle of the let's say 6. Let's say 6. 6 should be okay, right? That should be it. Let's test it out. Because that way you'll get the house right in the middle. And that way I'll be able to test immediately if this is working or not. I lie, I'm actually on the road more than ever, but I envy some people's comfy setups. Yeah, that's totally fine, yeah. Depends a lot on how you work, right? Like the asthma guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Some people prefer being on the road. Some people prefer having a cozy place that you refer back to every time. So, I can see that. Okay, moment of truth. Are they ever going towards that little corner? Actually, I'm going to make it even worse for you. Destroy Let me just wait for them to move out of the place. Actually, no, I'm not going to wait. Destroy that bit. And now I'm going to build a wall in there. Right there. So now they should go around. Yeah, there we go. Eventually, they won't have enough places to be in. So there's that. Destroy these floors as well. Yeah, I'm going to destroy most of it. I'm not going to leave them with a lot of space to go in. I want to keep them fairly confined and see if this is working. Okay, build these two, and then I'll move on and build the other two. Okay, build. Yeah, they are maintaining themselves within the confines, which is good. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, they're maintaining, so that's pretty nice. I should work on something else. I think I'm going to work on that now, actually. I think that's a fairly good thing to function. Because right now, if you build a wall on top of a floor tile, it won't actually let you because, you know, there's something in there already. So what I want to do, actually, let me put up a floor tile there. Yeah, it won't let me build because there's already something in the way. I think what I'm going to do is mark that one for deconstruction. Ooh, but that might lead into a bit more of a... Do I want to do that, actually? Because what I wanted to do was, if I build something on top of the floor, then it won't let me. Or rather, it right now it doesn't let me. But what I wanted to do is, you should be able to just replace it, right? You should just... But I don't think that's a good idea, though. I mean, building a wall on top of the floor seems fine. Building a floor over a wall, that's not. So one is fine, the other one's not. But I wonder if that's possible, though. I mean, it should be, right? I just cannot allow... What are you doing embedded in the wall? Hello? Oh, I see how it is. I know exactly what it is. Soon you have a 2D voxel engine. I mean, kinda, sorta. I can see why you'd say something like that. I guess, I suppose. Okay, at least that'll fix it. It starts with Z layers, then you want caves. I already do. I want caves. Because here's the thing. That's the thing. These kinds of people were very known, or they were widely known for being very good miners, and they would extract a lot of precious metals out of the ground. So yeah, I kind of want to have that in. Maybe at some point. Don't rush her. The custom engine work should come right after the demo's out. Oh my gosh, I'm already doing enough custom stuff. I don't need a custom engine on top of that. You know, that'd be crazy. And fluids and boats. I want to include those at some point. Yeah, for sure. That is something I would include. I haven't thought too much about boats, but yeah, that'd be something I'd like to have at some point. For sure, for sure. Yeah. I'll be quiet, right? But yeah, you know, it's all good. It's all good. There, that should fix that. That should be fine. That would be crazy, unlike the rest of the project. Yes. Maybe. You know, just maybe. Fine, fine. Declare it in the inner scope. Maybe it would be a little bit too crazy. You know? But the rest of the rest of the project is already as big as is. I feel like adding an engine on top of this would just be too much work. I'd never get anything done. The engine is really nice. Having an engine is really nice because it helps me abstract some of the more mundane minutia, you know, like drawing to screen and, you know, managing windows and all of that. Yeah. I know somebody can do a custom engine, then hires you to code in it. Exactly. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't need this information for anything, do I? Technically, no. I can just send it out. That's fine. It's A-OK. I'd never get anything done, unlike reading all of chat. Reading chat is different, you know? I can still keep a bit of my focus while reading chat. Depending, right? Depends on the day, depends on the subject, depends on a lot of things. But I can still do it, yeah. I'll ban myself now. No, you don't need to ban yourself. You're fine. You're totally fine. Okay, let's do the whole thing again. Do a custom house with a bit of a heightened elevation here. Okay, no, it's still happening. What? That is weird. Wait, they're actually moving towards the plate. What? What are you doing? Am I? Oh, I know why. Oops. Forgot to change that. Whoopsie. Build the wall again. Okay. They don't move out of it immediately. Not ideal, but that's fine. That's totally okay. That's also something on me. I need to fix that at some point. Okay. Seems like they're going well now. I'll leave it for a little bit and see if they actually go out of their way. Oh no, they're still doing it. Ah, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Nope. Needs to be position current instead. They're trying to get to the position where they were at before all of this stuff got built. But meanwhile, that stuff got changed. It's got buildings in there now, so you can't do that. Yeah, because they probably were building something over here the last time, right? And then they actually kept to that position going in. Way too many trees in the front. Oh, yeah, the first time this is fine, but the other times. Okay. I'll leave it for a little bit more. See if they actually get embedded into walls or something. Okay, given that, I want to see if I can overlap something. So when I'm placing something, can be placed. That's the thing. You can place something. You can place something that is a wall on top of a floor tile, but that means that the floor tile is going to disappear. It needs to get deleted before that wall tile gets constructed. That means I'm going to have to make another check, which is bad. Not entirely the best thing, but I forgot about this. I totally forgot about this. You know what? I think I'm actually going to fix this instead. I do have a furniture type. I mean, to be fair, this should only work if it's a furniture thing. Maybe I'll put that as a type instead. I guess I could merge that with the rest of them. Instead of just having a category for furniture, I could just make this kind of like a flag thing, I suppose. Why didn't no one tell me about this? Is it because my wish list is already too long? Oh, Day of the Devs? Yeah. Day of the Devs is pretty cool. Yeah. What's the word? It actually brings out a lot of cool games. Yeah. It's pretty sweet. And it actually takes games to GDC. which is also cool too. Since when is that a problem? Wishlisting is free, and it's not like I don't already suffer choice paralysis by current library. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that, you know, it's never been a problem. It's only a problem in case of you wishlisting too many games and all of them come out at once, and you get your email just gets spammed to to hell and back. Yeah, they actually hosted a bunch of cool games. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Yeah, Data Devs is pretty cool. Maybe one day I'll actually try to submit my game when the game's a bit further along. See if it actually gets traction anywhere. What is your hourly wage as a freelancer? Oh man, I don't even know off the top of my head. Is that too private? I don't even remember. I'll have to check. I don't actually remember. It's been a while since I negotiated a contract, to be fair. You can't afford it if you have to ask. It's fine, it's fine. I wonder how I should fix this. I'll have to rethink this. Because I wanted I wanted furniture to not be I wouldn't need to do stuff like this. It just feels too weird. Because I don't have a furniture type, that's the thing. Maybe I should just merge furniture type with maybe I should just merge them too. Merge them both. I don't know. I'll figure that one out later. Let me see if I can set something, because I would have, if there's something in there. Yeah. If it can be placed. Well, it can be if, well, no, it's the opposite. It can be placed if we're placing a full block on top of, well, no, the opposite. Hold on. This is what exists. This is what I'm going to place. You can do that. But in this specific case, you're going to have you're going to have to mark the actual thing as being deleted. You're going to have to remove the floor and then put the other thing. I know you never get answers if you don't ask. Yeah. I don't want to create it. Well, I do want to create it. It's just that Well, I'm gonna have to do the same thing here, aren't I? It's this exact same thing. So this would be what already exists. Exactly. So if this is true, well, position is going to be the position that I'm putting it in. Yes. Okay, building type, that would be the building frame. Yes. So if that's the case, then we want the floor to be marked as going to be deleted. Not feeling sure about that. Because in that context, entity data, no, simulation context, entity manager. No, wait, no, that's not it at all. I just changed the state, don't I? I see. Need the simulation context for that one. I'll get to you. So that would be this, right? Because I am. Yes, exactly. Okay. Simulation context. Yes. Oh, but I actually set this there. We'll just do that. Because I don't set it straight away, do I? Although technically I should. Actually. If this is set... Can just do that. That means that it's just going to get completely deleted immediately. So if it is deconstructed, we do cancel the hovering of it. So over here, it's basically going to be the same thing. We're just going to set to destroy. Well, I shouldn't say destroy here, but deconstruct. Cool, cool, very cool. Extremely cool. That's it, I think. That should work. Let's see. Now, the only thing that I need to be careful with is that well, it does destroy that one first. I believe that's because destruction happens before construction, right? I think that's what happens. Oh no, I actually construct before deconstructing. Makes sense in a way. But yeah, that means that I shouldn't be able to construct something if there's something being destroyed or deconstructed in the same place. If there's something else blocking it, you shouldn't construct at all. So no. I mean, I'm assuming what happened is someone else came in and destroyed it while that was happening, right? Let's see. Oh, because it's waiting for the resources. Yeah, someone's delivering the resources to the building here. That's why it's not happening. So yeah, first she deconstructs and then afterwards, because this thing has the resources to filled in, she can now construct this one. Yeah. Let's fix that. Simulation context, entity manager, get first. So at the target position region. Now the entity needs to be well, it just needs to have a building. Well, no, not exactly. This is not exactly trivial. Bullfing? Oh my gosh. Okay. So that plus the fact let me think. What would be if there's something there that still requires deconstruction. If something is in there that's being deconstructed, we actually want to bail early. We don't want them to build anything if there's something left to be deconstructed. I'm actually going to use this in bulk to see if I can actually force this to happen and make sure that it doesn't happen. Okay, let's see. Let's build a bunch of flooring here. Now, let's build walls on top of this. Now, here's the thing. One person is going to deliver. Wait, no, that's way too many. I need someone to be idle. Yeah, because now this person is going to deliver to all those walls. Technically, they could be built right after this happens, right? Oh, no, wait, this would only work with 2 people. There's way too many people for this to work. No, okay, let me try that again. All right. I'm in a little alcove, middle of the mountains. That's pretty cozy. That's pretty cute. Ooh. Crap. This is bad. Yeah. That is a limitation of the whole system. Yeah. Sadly. Problem here is the tree is a single unit. It's a single thing. While the wall is made out of small bits. If the tree was made out of partial bits, like the walls, this wouldn't be a problem. So I gotta fix that. That's bad. Yeah, I need to fix that. But okay, let's keep going. I need less people. I would need 2 people for this to work. Okay, I only have 2 people now. Let's do a bunch of flooring first. So flooring is important. Flooring is the first thing you need to do. Okay. Now, I'm going to try to build walls on top of all of this. Now, one of these people is going to deliver to all of these walls. The other one is building, or rather deconstructing the floor underneath, right? Now, if this happens correctly, this means that she cannot build these walls until the flooring is actually deleted. So in this case, they should be deleting a thing. And they are. Okay. They are actually deleting the floor instead of building the thing. Because they could, they could delete, or even they could build this part of the wall. I'm not even sure why that's not happening. Because it's got the resources, it's got everything ready. They should. It's actually curious. Why are they not building? Why are they deconstructing first? Because deconstruction comes before construction, Or rather, deconstruction comes after construction. Interesting. I wonder why. Because I'd assume that they wouldn't destroy everything. They would actually. Did something happen to this? Is it something here? Is that the problem? I don't know. Why are they not constructing first? Because they destroyed everything first and then constructed it, which is weird. Given the way the logic works, it should be. They should, as soon as one of them is available for construction, they should just get that done. So why aren't they? I want to see if that's what's causing it. I mean, it's all working correctly, right? They're still doing what they should. I just find it weird that there's something to build, so that they should just get to the building part immediately, and they're not, which is I find weird. How many people are in here? Just 2, it seems. Okay, perfect. Yes, but that's correct. Okay, disable that for a bit, because I want to put all of these as. Okay, now enable it. So. Huh, you're not even delivering to it. Oh, I'm guessing it's because of their experience. I'm assuming that's it. What's your experience? More construction than carrying. Yep. Okay. No, I need one to carry more than construction for this to work. This will only work if someone is more proficient at carrying. All right, let me just snooze the ads real quickly. Just for the last push for today. It's getting a bit dark. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, who's in here? Okay, here's someone who can carry more than they can construct. And here's someone who can construct more than they can carry. So that's not the one I want to delete. You are the one I want to delete. Because now I have someone who wants more carrying than construction. You guys can't see. Someone who carries more than constructs. And the other one, construction and carrying is the same. But eventually this will improve. So they'll build a few things, so that's fine. Okay. So now we've got, the carrier still has more experience than construction. And our construction has way more than carrying now. So that's good. Okay. Try that again. All right. Disable that for a bit. I just want to set up the walls first. Yeah, okay. So someone is carrying and the other one is constructing. Okay, perfect. Enable that again. Yes. Okay. So now everything should get the resources that it needs to get constructed. Cool. 135159. Oh, I didn't check that, did I? I should have. Well, but it can fail on that alone. But it could still reach here. But that's not true, actually. This building right here. I'm searching in that position for stuff that has a building frame and whose state is deconstructing. Why? You've got a perfectly good thing to do right there. Okay, so here's one. Okay. Constructed. Oh, okay. I actually can improve this a little bit. What? I am it is delivered. It's in construction phase. What? Okay. Hi, Amadeus. Welcome, welcome. Hey, ho, let's go. Picking a 5 minutes break from work. Got a kind of complex task to execute, so I'll stop procrastinating and lock it after the 5 minutes. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I'll probably have to leave in 5 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes on the ballpark. So that's okay. Don't worry about it. I find this very weird though. What do you mean? You never find anything to construct, but you do after everything gets destroyed. How are you? That's weird. That is very weird, I gotta say. It never gets to this point. Oh, is it because of this? Is that what's happening? Is this what's causing it? That would be very funny. But it wouldn't be that because there's nothing there. There's literally nothing there. This is the only thing. And I'm not spawning in resources, so none of this would have been it. Yeah, if it's just a floor, then that's fine. I don't get it. What is causing this? I mean, it does get set to deconstruct, right? Or to construct immediately, doesn't it? Once it gets delivered to? Am I crazy? Okay. Let's let's get the house out of there. House is kind of messing with me. I really need to filter this a bit better. You're probably not crazy. Probably. Just probably. Okay, get the house out of there. It's just because it's messing with my my selection. Yeah. I could be wrong. It has happened. True. Everybody can be wrong a little bit. Wait, what's the problem? What? What? Oh, that's right. It needs a building. Otherwise, this thing won't. Because it's looking for the building specifically. All right. Place the building, but at least place it far away. I don't know. Put it, I don't know, 60 tiles away or something. No, 60 is too much. Make it 16. Okay. Make it 16. Yeah. Just put it far away from where people are because I need to select them and the house is kind of getting in the way. Yeah, that'll do. Sure. That will do. Yes. Okay. Here's my carrier. Here's my constructor. Constructor. Carrier. Carrier. Constructor. Carrier, constructor. Okay. Let's try that again. Let's try this thing again. Floor first. Okay. Wait, weren't you? What? I could have sworn you were a carrier first. Well, now it's not going to work. Oh, wait. I guess it still works in this specific case. Well, no, because, yeah. Never mind. Let's try that again. Don't have a lot of time. I might just leave this for another day. Let's do flooring. Okay, you are a carrier. Give me a constructor. Where are you? No. No. You're a constructor. Well, more than a carrier anyway. There. Let's try that again. Wait, why did you stop? Come back. Oh, because I deleted. Man, I just can't win with this thing. Gosh darn it. All right, you know what? I'll just leave it as is, and I'll try to fix this tomorrow. Fine. You win. I'll fix you tomorrow. There's just way too many things happening all at once. This whole thing is kind of hard to control unless I put some specific stuff in there. Kind of iffy. Kind of iffy. But that's okay. It's that time of the day. Not even coffee helps. True. It's getting a bit overwhelming a little bit. No, but it's just that this needs a bit more fine-tuned control, and I don't have the tools for that yet. I need to do it manually, which is kind of bad. Kind of sucks. Okay, it is getting a little late, so let me find a raid target, and we're gonna go over there. We're gonna jump over. I need to be fast though, because it's getting to that time. It's getting to the time of the who are we doing? Oh, Fiera's on. We haven't rated Fiera in a bit. Yeah. Let's do Fiera then. Hi, Sophs. Welcome. I just hope it is you end. Hi, welcome in. I am so sorry. Yeah, I need to go sadly because it's getting a little late, and I hate doing ads and then rating. That feels super scummy. So I have 1 minute to say goodbye to you all. So that's that's cool because I can't snooze anymore. I tried snoozing, but that's long gone. Oh man. Okay. We did get partially working. I did get the whole layering thing going on, and it is rendering mostly fine, except some very weird edge cases. But it's okay. It's fine. We can always fix that tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Huge thanks to Maybe for the raid. And yeah, we're going to go over to Fiera now. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, I'll catch you on tomorrow for some more shenanigans. Bye, everybody. Now let's raid before the ads start. Oh, gosh. Let's go.